Good morning, everyone. Welcome to a Saturday of racing here at Tampa Bay Downs. Today's first post coming up in 35 minutes. We'll have scratches and changes in a few moments. But first, we ask you to please rise as we honor America with the playing of our national anthem. And thank you, everyone. Once again, a pleasant good morning to you all. Welcome to day number 24 of our season here at Tampa Bay Downs, a Saturday of live racing action. It's Skyway Festival Day here at the track. The main track is fast. The turf is firm. We're racing under sunny, beautiful skies. Temperature is expected to be right around 80 degrees for today's 10-race card. Turf rail down at 0 feet today, so do take note of that change from yesterday's card. If you have your programs handy, let's go over today's overweights, scratches, and changes. Starting in today's first race, race number 1, a jockey overweight on the number 8, No Manches, plus 1 pound, plus 1 on the number 8, No Manches in today's first race. Race 1, number 8, plus 1. Race 2, a couple of scratches. Scratch number 3, Rocket Dragon. Number 3, Rocket Dragon is scratched. Also scratch number 5, Secret Empire. Scratch 3 and 5 out of today's second race. Race 2, scratch 3 and 5. Race 3 is clear. No changes in today's third race. No changes. Race 3. Turning now to race number 4. This is the Martin's Italian Restaurant Jockey of the Month Award. We'll present that to Sammy Camacho. 3 scratches here in today's fourth race. Scratch number 6, Ain't Nonsense. Number 6, Ain't Nonsense is scratched. Scratch number 10, Fussy Girl. Number 10, Fussy Girl is out. And scratch number 14, Spatula. So again, the scratches in race 4, scratch 6, 10, and 14. Race 5, named in memory of Jim Stackpool. Just a single jockey overweight in here. Number 9, Midway Vow is 1 pound over. Plus 1 on the number 9, Midway Vow in today's 5th. Race 6 is our co-feature on the card, the 42nd running of the Gasparilla Stakes, $125,000 guaranteed, and there's no changes. No changes in the 6th race. That race does start the late pick 5. Race 7, the $125,000 guaranteed Wayward Last Stakes, also clear. No changes in races 6 or 7. Both of the stakes races are free of changes. Race 8 sees a scratch. Scratch number 7, Miss Brightside. Number 7, Miss Brightside is scratched. Scratch the 7 out of today's 8th race. Jockey overweight number 9, Authenticate Now, is 1 pound over. Plus 1 on the number 9, Authenticate Now in today's 8th. Race number 9, a maiden special weight event. Jockey overweight for the number 3, Adios Tootsie, 2 pounds over. Plus 2 on the 3, Adios Tootsie. And scratch the 2 outside runners. Number 11, Majestic Lucia, and number 12, Sister Lithic are both scratched. Scratch 11 and 12 out of today's 9th race. Our 10th and final race is clear. No changes in today's 10th and final. No changes in race 10. Those are your updated overweight scratches and changes. Those changes will be scrolling along the bottom of your television monitors throughout the remainder of the afternoon if you need to consult that. We will, of course, update you over the broadcast if there are late changes. Ladies and gentlemen, we just got some late jockey changes in the stakes races, so turning your programs first to race 6. In race 6, number 2, Love Like Lucy, will now be ridden by Daniel Centeno. Daniel Centeno will ride number 2, Love Like Lucy, in today's 6th race, the Gasparilla Stakes. Again, Micah Husbands will be off both his mounts here in the stakes events. So race 6, number 2, Love Like Lucy, Daniel Centeno. Then turning to race 7, the Wayward Lass Stakes, number 1, Ultimate Authority, will now be ridden by Sammy Camacho. Sammy Camacho will ride the number 1, Ultimate Authority, in today's 7th race. Race 7, number 1, will now be ridden by Sammy Camacho. Micah Husbands off the 2 stakes mounts here today. So those are your overweights, scratches, and changes for today's card. 29 minutes to the opener. Reminder, the first race starts the early pick 5. Our track handicapper, Ren Carruthers, will be coming up in about 10 or 12 minutes. Ren will have analysis and selections for all 10 of today's races. But it's a beautiful Saturday for Skyway Festival Day. We wish you the best of luck today with all of your wagers here at beautiful Tampa Bay Downs.
Well, happy Skyway Festival Day, everybody. We've got a 10 race card ahead of us. Race 1 still going to kick off that early pick 5, and it's with an 8-claimer for 4-year-olds and up, which have never won 3 races. They're going to be going a mile and 16th out on the main track. The number 6 Final Drama is in for Breen, who's going blinkers on for this Tampa return. Last out, dropped into the 8 and 3L level for the first time. Final Drama finished a well-beaten 8th. Now, in the horse's defense, he was going just 5.5 furlongs. Start before that, he showed speed from the rail against beaten 12.5s on synthetic, but tired out at about the half. You would have to go back to September for the last dirt start, and even that was an off-the-turf 16 and 3L run in the slop. He went to the lead, dueled throughout to lose by a head there in the end. But this boy, he's shown he can rate, as he had run a good 4th to start prior on turf against beaten 16s at a mile and a 16th. And that's the race out of which Breen claimed him. So bottom line, think back to 2 turns, back at Tampa where he's run in the money in all 3 starts he's had here. He could get it done. You got Camacho reuniting. The number 10, Stone Cold Flex. He had only run on synthetic prior to running a solid 3rd in his first dirt spin on December 10th, and after a less than ideal start and some ground loss, the runner-up King Freud next ran second to Stone Cold Flex at the level, but got elevated to the win with his Stone Cold Flex being disqualified for interference in the stretch. I think back at the level, he could obviously get it done again. And then the number 9, that is Mr. Sweets, in here for Enrique Hernandez. He's dropping this boy in from a 5th place finish, beaten just 4 lengths after a less than sharp start against a 16 and 3L field. He'd actually run a good 2nd at Prairie Meadows against beaten 20s before coming to Tampa, where he made a first off the layup for then trainer Jan Arnett in an 8 and 3L at just 6 furlongs. Finished 4th that day after tracking close to a zippy pace. Hernandez claimed him out of there and had to bump up to be eligible to run off the claim, and within that time frame. And I thought, considering the move up in class and the rail draw, he ran well enough. I think on the drop back in for 8 while stretching out, he could do well here. He's mostly sprinted over his career, but he is by Candy Ride and out of a Creative Cause mare. And the times he's gone 2 turns, he was in a May 25 here at Tampa, first outing with blinkers, first outing ever going 2 turns, and then he had a trio of mile goes at Prairie Meadows, was 3rd in an optional 50 N1X, 5th in a 30 starter allowance, and then 3rd, well beaten, but 3rd in a 10 and 2L there. So I'm going to go 6, 10, 9 in race 1 to start the day and the early pick 5.
The horses onto the track postbraiding for today's first race. Race 1 kicks off our 10-race Saturday card. Skyway Festival Day about to commence. The first race, an $8,000 claiming event for 4-year-olds and upward. They'll be at a mile and a 16th over that fast main track. No scratches or jockey changes. Number 8 is plus 1 pound. Race 1 offers daily double, exacta trifecta, and superfecta wagering. We start the pick threes rolling. We have a super high 5, and we start the early pick 5. Already 36,000 plus in that pool. Still got 6 minutes to post time. 6 minutes to the opener here on Skyway Festival Day. Two minutes to post time. Today's first race, the early pick 5. 2 minutes away. 2 minutes to post. The horses are now approaching the starting gate. We're just 1 minute from post time. 1 minute. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's opener. First of 10 here on a Saturday card. Day 24 of the season about to kick off. 10 of them here in the opener to go a mile and a 16th. Your post time favorite all the way to the outside. Stone Cold Flex at 2-1. 5-2 on the 3 if I were you. Here's Garincha moving forward. Z Fire to gate 7 has gone in. Early pick 5 pool right now at $85,000. Got a chance to jump over that 6-figure mark. I'll bet it will. If I were you coming up, along with Mr. Sweets, Gasparilla, and the Wayward Lass headlining today's 10 race cards. Some big fields throughout the day. It's a beautiful Saturday. Temperatures right around 80 degrees. Fast main track and firm turf course. Best of luck to all the horse players playing our races today here at Tampa. Performance Plus, Stone Cold Flex, the final 2 will be all set for a start. Ready to kick off Saturday, Skyway Festival Day. Stone Cold Flex, Charlie Marquez to the outside draw. Coming up and going in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Final drama in the center, sprints right to the front, works over toward the inside, a length and a half in front already of Z Fire down at the inside. Bourbon State rushing up Mr. Sweets into the outside. Stone Cold Flex, the favorite, going to be cast out 5 paths wide as they go into that turn. It's final drama narrowly in front of Mr. Sweets up from the outside. Down along the fence, Bourbon State is close up and handy. If I were you, Z Fire between horses in the red colors, and Stone Cold Flex covering a lot of ground way out wide. It's a length and a half more, then back to Performance Plus, who races in 7th. Dunedin Causeway is 8th. No Manchas 9th, and Garincha is the early trailer. So they start that backstretch journey off a 24.71 second opening quarter mile. And it's final drama. Sammy Camacho to dictate terms. The wind now at their back. 3/4 of a length in front of Mr. Sweets in that second position. Stone Cold Flex out wide, continues to travel okay in the 3rd position. It's a length and a half more back to Bourbon State. If I were you, make some ground down toward the inside. After that comes Z Fire. It's a break of 5 after that. Back to Performance Plus, No Manchas. Garincha still second last. The new trailer is Dunedin Causeway. 48.93 seconds for that opening half mile. And final drama with company now. Mr. Sweets right up alongside at a 3-deep Stone Cold Flex. Z Fire coming alive is now 4th on the outside in the red colors orange cap. If I were you in Bourbon State, travel just to their inside. It's a big 6 or 7 length gap after that. Mr. Sweets pokes ahead in front of final drama as they come past the quarter pole. Mr. Sweets by ahead. Final drama battles on. Stone Cold Flex covered a lot of ground on both turns. Is now being joined and passed by Z Fire on the outside. Bourbon State's just in behind them. And if I were you, still plenty of chances by the 8th pole. A resilient final drama. Mr. Sweet, Stone Cold Flex, Bourbon State looking for a gap in between horses. If I were you down toward the fence, still wide open here on the outside. Stone Cold Flex, Bourbon State coming through. If I were you, they hit the wire. Photo finish. It's between Bourbon State and If I Were You. And if it's Bourbon State, it's Johannes Aranguren's first career win, and it's a 38-1 upset. Final time 145.29. Photo sign up. Here's the slow-mo. Photo sign still up. Photo finish. It was the one. Bourbon State, 38-1 upset winner over number 3, If I Were You. Third, number 10, Stone Cold Flex. Fourth to the sixth, Final Drama. And fifth, number 7, Z Fire. 1, 3, 10, 6, and 7, the unofficial order. Results are official. $79.80 on the win for Bourbon State. That is the first career win for jockey Johannes Aaron Gurin. Congratulations on the first career winner. It's an upset winner here. Bourbon State, a 4-year-old chestnut gelding by Army Mule out of Bourbon Kitty, was bred in Kentucky by Kathy Maybe. AOM Racing Stable LLC, the winning owners. Alejandro Mendieta, the winning trainer, and the 10-pound apprentice, Johannes Aaron Gurin, first career victory. Congratulations to Johannes and the team behind Bourbon State. Prices on the board. That exacta $173.30. Trifecta $409. The Dime Super $339.04. Nobody had the Super High Five, so $782 is going to carry over, but it's going to carry over to the third race, as we will not have a Super High Five coming up in race number 2. Race 2 is in 23 minutes at 1:01 p.m. Scratch 3 and 5. Number 3, Rocket Dragon, is out. Number 5, Secret Empire, is out. Post time for the second start of the early pick 4 coming up in 23 minutes. First career win for apprentice Johannes Aaron Gurin. which of course means the traditional first race win celebration in the paddock area.
Race 2 is going to start the early pick fours for 4-year-olds and up, which have never won 2 races other than maiden claiming starter or state bred, or which have never won 3 races, or an optional claiming price of $32,000. They're going to be going 7 furlongs on the main track. The number 1 Icelander is in here for Carlos Narvaez. He's won his last 2 starts, an optional 20 star 12 by 2 at Gulfstream going to 6.5 furlongs, and then an optional 16 N1X here at 7 over Gianna Be Lucky, who was in off a 5.5 length score over a 25 N3L field and went on to win at the optional 16 condition for Juan Avila, put up a 77 buyer. Now, Icelander's previous dirt starts were at Gulfstream back in 2024, and most notably was when he finished second, beaten just a length and a quarter after a bad start and ground loss, nearly getting to Concrete Glory in that 6 furlong contest. And that's a horse, Concrete Glory, who went on to get beat just 3/4 of a length by Super Chow in the Gulfstream Park Sprint, earning a 96 buyer figure, and later repeated that figure in July at Saratoga, taking an optional 100. The other dirt start for Icelander, that was a Shodo performance in with other 3-year-olds in a 75K handicap. The winner there was Mr. Skylight, who had earlier in the season run 3rd in the Grade 3 Chick Lang. So good company and a horse who could answer this step up in class. The number 8, Impacto, making a second start for Jan Arnett since he claimed him on opening day out of that runner-up finish to Secret Empire in an optional 16 N1X. They bumped up to this level for start 2, and hey, he would have won, save for a belief in this live-in, a Grade 3 winner. You know, had he not been in there, he was dropping out of an optional 80. Now, I think that Impacto deserves respect. Last start he had here, last meet, and off a win at this level, he took an optional 100. In fact, in 13 starts over this course, he's got 10 in-the-money finishes, 6 of those wins, and while he is now stretching to 7 furlongs, he's won 2 of 3 at the distance. The number 2, Mr. Penny Pincher, in for Anthony Rini, got up over Secret Empire last out at the 6 furlong distance in that optional 12 starter 8, and that was off a Shodo go where he had gotten the lead going 2 turns at the level. I think he was happy to be back to 1 turn. First start he had at Tampa this meet, he came from off a hot pace to finish second, beating a length and a quarter by multiple stakes winner Silver Slugger, going 6.5. That race produced 2 next out winners, most notably Silver Slugger himself, who won that 25 starter allowance here on December 26th, put up a 91 buyer, and that was his 4th consecutive score, by the way. So I'm going to go 1-8-2 in race 2, which again kicks off our early pick 4.
The horses stepping out of the track, post-sprinting for today's second race. We start the early pick four in here. A $32,000 allowance optional claiming event for 4-year-olds and upward. They'll be at 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Field of 6 set to go here. Scratch 3 and 5. 3 and 5 are scratched. No super high 5 with the scratches. This race does offer daily double, exacta, trifecta, and superfecta wagering. We start at pick 3. We start the early pick 4. Post time coming up in 6 minutes. Two minutes to post time. Today's second race, the early pick fours in 2 minutes. The horse is now approaching the starting gate toward that 7 furlong chute. Just 1 minute to post time. 1 minute. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's second. Start of the early pick 4. Field of 6 and 7 furlongs. Next couple races at this 7 furlong distance. 7-5 down on the inside, Icelander. 5-2 on the 8, Impacto, and 7-2 on the number 2, Mr. Penny Pincher. Those are your top 3 in the wagering. As Icelander the first to go in, Cipriano Gill on board the favorite here. Mr. Penny Pincher to gate 2. Tapper's Valor coming up. Final 3 going to be Skyloft, Sam Stormy, and Impacto will be all set for a start here. Today's second event, the early pick 4. Sam Stormy goes in, Impacto, and Adamar Santos to the outside draw. Here's Impacto coming up and in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Skyloft in the center, flashing some early foot. Mr. Penny Pincher is close up down toward the inside, and Tapper's Valor between them. Impacto out wide. But up on the front end, it is Skyloft and Jesus Castanon to lead him onto the main course proper. Impacto up from the outside. Mr. Penny Pincher there, second and third. Tapper's Valor now back fourth. Outside of that comes Sam Stormy and Icelander. The favorite works to the outside, is last. And from the one hole goes to the far outside as they go up the backstretch run, and it's Mr. Penny Pincher in front. Mr. Penny Pincher a half length to the good of Skyloft. Out wide Impacto on the far outside. It's a length and a half more then. Back to Tapper's Valor. Icelander is out of last. Sam Stormy now relegated to the trailing position as they go to the far turn. It's Mr. Penny Pincher there. Mr. Penny Pincher around the turn, 3/4 of a length in front of Impacto in second. It's a length and a half to Skyloft. Icelander's made steady progress. He's up on the outside, fourth, now third, within 2 of the leader. Mr. Penny Pincher around the far turn. Impacto right up alongside now. These 2 on level terms past the quarter pole. They're a length and a half in front of Icelander, who's pushed along to come after them. Not quite gaining enough, though, as they come to the top of the stretch. Mr. Penny Pincher cuts the corner in front of Impacto. Icelander trying to wear these top 2 down. Still has to make up 2.5 lengths in the final furlong. Coming to the 16th pole, Ricky Feliciano and Mr. Penny Pincher still there. Icelander right down the crown of the track. Between them is Impacto. It's Mr. Penny Pincher. Icelander, Mr. Penny Pincher to win it. Icelander was second, third Impacto, and fourth Tapper's Valor. Two, 1, 8, 4, and 6. Mr. Penny Pincher, 5-2, your third choice. Right at that morning line of 5-2, Mr. Penny Pincher. Mr. Penny Pitcher, as steady as they come. It's 10 races in a row hitting the board and 2 wins in a row. This time returning $7.20. His results are now official. Mr. Penny Pitcher, a 6-year-old dark Bayer Brown gelding by Super Saver out of Central Moves, was bred in Kentucky by Jane Doy Johnson. David Wolf and Anthony Reedy are the winning owners. Anthony Reedy, the winning trainer. Ricky Feliciano aboard for the winning ride. Mr. Penny Pitcher, victorious here in today's second. Prices on your television monitors, that exact $8.20. Trifecta, $6.45. Dime Super, $6.12. That early daily double, $173.60. Today's third race is coming up next in 22 minutes. Race number 3 here at Tampa Bay Downs. No scratches or changes in the third. Field of 10 set to go 7 furlongs. We'll have a super high 5 carryover of $782. Post time for the third, 21 minutes. Do take note the final hand time 123.17 seconds. 123.17 the final hand time.
Race 3, it's a 6250 claimer for 4-year-olds and up, set at 7 furlongs on the main track. I think it's interesting that the number 6, Looking for Roses, never raced on dirt and never really sprinted, save for that one 7.5 furlong turf spin in the third start of his career way back in 2023. Would think he's not going to be close here early, and while there's not a ton of speed to set up, I also think this is the kind of level where those with foot aren't as good going on with it if there's a class dropper coming to get them. There was also that race 3 back for this guy where he was right up on the half to get the lead, and that was a quickly paced 8.5 furlong contest. The half there was in sub 47, so for the level, noteworthy. Last out off a win over Beaten 8 Company at a mile 70, he got beat 3 lengths. This was after going wide in an open 10. Winner there was Battle of Dover, who was in off a win at the level. So yeah, I think he could take to the dirt here. Flexible pedigree and dropped in for 62.50. Come closing for a win, even if the race is otherwise dull from a pace perspective. The number 10, Bangarang, in for Tim Ham. Ran second off the layoff here at the level, and after a wide trip from the far outside post, he'd previously run 5th, beaten 3.5 at Belterra in against an optional 16 N1X field going 6 furlongs. In second is a horse we know pretty well here. That's Timeless Bounty, who had been running at the optional 32 N2X level here last meet. And so that gives some context for the company lines. I think Bangarang can move up off that effort. Fitter, second time out. Winner, Crooked Dreams, next got beat just 3/4 of a length in an open 10, 72 buyer. And the 5th place, Elusive Doro, next won an open 62.50 by 5 lengths ahead of a Shoto finish in for 10. The number 8, Homer Jones, is in for Juan Avila. He's 2 for 2 here, but the caveat is that both of those wins were over win-restricted company. He took an 8 N2L here by 4 3/4 lengths, and then that 8 N3L. But yeah, that stated, the time's fit. Sometimes it's just a matter of a horse in good form pushing on. Quick wheel back, but perhaps a matter of striking while that iron is hot. Gonna go 6, 10, 8 in race 3.
Onto the track for today's third race, a $6,250 claiming event for 4-year-olds and upward. They'll be at 7 furlongs on the fast main track. No scratches or changes here in this field of 10. Race 3 offers daily double, exacta, trifecta, and superfecta wagering. We start at pick 3, and we have a super high 5 carryover of $782. Post time for the third, 5 minutes. Fans, just a reminder, with the 10 race card, the middle pick 4 starts in race 4. The middle pick 4 today with the 10 race card starts in race 4. 2 minutes to post time. Today's third race, 2 minutes away, 2 minutes to post. The horses now making their way up the 7 furlong chute to the starting point for today's third race. We're just 1 minute from post time. 1 minute. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's third. Field of 10 here at 7 furlongs. Your post time favorite 2-1 on the number 8, Homer Jones. 5-2 on the 6, Looking for Roses. And 7-2 on the 10, Bangarang. Egyptian King going to be the first to move forward down to that inside draw. Right now at 18-1. Osprey's gone in. 5-1 currently. Looking for Roses and Estilo Magico have gone in. Here's Norfie. Alamik in the house yellow colors to gate 4. Here's Homer Jones. Final 3 going to be Melody Win, Russian Hammer, and Bangarang will be all set for a start. Today's third. Russian Hammer, Sarah Hess to gate 5. Bangarang, Charlie Marquez. Tim Ham to the outside draw. Bangarang coming up. And in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Alamik in the yellow colors got out well. Estilo Magico down toward the inside is forwardly placed, and Homer Jones joining them. Those three across the course. Bangarang's just in behind them and up the fence now. Here comes Egyptian King rushing up, and Egyptian King all the way up to Poconos in front of Estilo Magico. Homer Jones now back third. Bangarang is fourth. Alamik, who broke sharpest, settles fifth. Osprey moves to that one's inside of the black colors from sixth. Break of 2 more back to Norfie, who's seventh. After that comes Looking for Roses. Down along the fence is Russian Hammer. The early trailer is Melody Win as Egyptian King and Estilo Magico. These two long shots doing battle up on the front end as they have a half-mile left to go. Just in behind them, Homer Jones, 7-5, just sitting a length and a half off the leaders. Then comes a lineup of 3. Osprey toward the inside. Between horses, Alamik out wide, Bangarang. Norfie is starting to launch from the back, has moved up to 7th now. Then comes Russian Hammer, Looking for Roses, and Melody Win still trails. Estilo Magico, Homer Jones gliding right up alongside. Estilo Magico a neck in front of Homer Jones in second. Bangarang is third, launching 3 deep. Norfie continues that bid, is up to 4th now on the far outside as they come to the top of the lane. Homer Jones right up alongside of Estilo Magico. Those two to the 8th pole. Homer Jones now in front by a length. Estilo Magico back to second. Bangarang down the outside, and Norfie is 4th. But a final 16th to go. Homer Jones pulling away. Cipriano Gill and Homer Jones going to go on to win it with ease here. They win it by 4 in the end. Second, Bangarang. Third was close. It's either Norfie or Estilo Magico. 8, 10, 7, 2, and 3. 8, 10, 7, 2, 3. 122.96 the final time. It's 3 wins in a row for Homer Jones. Since moving to the barn of Juan Carlos Avila, 3 straight wins right up the class conditions ladder. 5-year-old bay gelding by Kozan out of Sea Smoke was bred in Florida by Tom McCracklin and Frank Merbenstein. Nagale Racing Group are the winning owners. Juan Carlos Avila, the winning trainer. Cipriano Gill aboard for the winning ride. As Homer Jones, your favorite, scores here in the third. Results are now official. 480 on the win. The exact $11.10. Trifecta $223.75. 10 cent super $383.24. Daily double 1210. The early pick three $380.65. Nobody had the super high five, so we're going to carry over $2,712. To the upcoming fourth race, it's the Martin's Italian Restaurant Jockey of the Month Award purse. We'll present that to Sammy Camacho after today's fourth. Field of 11, scratch the 6, Ain't Nonsense. Number 6 is scratched. Number 10, Fussy Girl, is scratched. And number 14, Spatula, is scratched as well. So scratch 6, 10, and 14. Field of 11 at 6 furlongs. Post time coming up in 22 minutes.
Race 4 is going to kick off our middle pick four. It's with an 8-claimer for fillies and mares, 4 years old and up, which have never won 2 races. They'll be going 6 furlongs on the main track. The 9, Baja Secret, is in here for Pablo Torres. Hasn't raced since July of 2025, and that itself was off a year layoff. That was a 5 furlong, 12-5, and 2L on the synthetic at Gulfstream. She was a well-beaten third that day in a 5-horse field, but this was after the jock had also lost the irons. Now, with this being a dirt race, I will say she had shown some ability the last dirt start she had, which was back in the spring of 2024. But yeah, she ran a solid third. She put up a 71 buyer figure in a 6.5 furlong, 16 and 2L. This is a soft spot to return to the races, and she's coming in off a first of 52 4-furlong drill. So I do think it's possible she could come ready. The 5, Down in the Bayou, is in here for Maria Bowersock. She was making her first off the layup last out in at this level, going 7 furlongs, got bumped hard out of the gate. So that, combined with it being her first race since October and first start back on the dirt in a long time as well, I think it makes that 5.5 lengths beaten less discouraging. I know she wasn't great on the dirt at Thistledown, but she actually debuted at Tampa back in 2024 and ran a good third, beating just a length and a quarter here against Maine Special Weight Company. So I think she digs this track. I also think she didn't get to put her best hoof forward back on it last out, given what I already talked about. And that second off the bench and with a smooth go from the blocks, along with that apprentice weight allowance, she is a contender. I'm going to complete the top 3. The number 3, who's making a first off the claim for Chelsea Moisey. She got put away last out after contesting the pace from a wide draw at the level, but no one was beating Long Gone Sally, who not only wired, but she went on to win her next 2. An 8 and 3L by 8.5 lengths, and then an optional 12 starter 8 by 3 and a quarter, back-to-back figures of 75. The second and third place runners were both next out winners as well, with Soundtrack scoring a 16 and 2L by 4.5 out of there, and Unicycle scoring an 8 and 2L here on the 17th. So yeah, I think this girl can fare better here in start 2 and with a more relaxed ride. Last time she ran here, she had won, prior to the most recent start, she'd won a main 32 from off the pace. So I'm going to go 9-5-3 in race 4, which again starts our middle pick 4.
Did have some claims in the third race. Number 6, Looking for Roses, was claimed in a 5-way shake. Goes to Albert DeBalia and trainer Michelle Castillo. Michelle Castillo claims the 6. Number 8, the winner Homer Jones is claimed that a two-way shake goes to owner Roger B. Sterling, trainer Mario Lopez. And finally, number 10, Bangarang in a two-way shake goes to owner Ronald Jennings, trainer Michael Simone. On to the track, post-parading for today's fourth race. 7 minutes to post time. It's the Martin's Italian Restaurant Jockey of the Month Award. Purse will present that to Sammy Camacho after the fourth. It's an $8,000 claiming event for fillies and mares, 4-year-olds and up. They'll be at 6 furlongs. Scratch numbers 6, 10, and 14. 6, 10, and 14 are out. The 13 does run, so we'll have a field of 11 set to go. Race 4 offers daily double, exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Pick 3, super high 5. We have a carryover of 2,712 in the super high 5. And we'll start the middle, pick 4, post time coming up in 6 minutes. 5 minutes. 2 minutes to post time. Today's fourth race. Start of the middle, pick four in 2 minutes. The horses now approaching the starting gate. We're just 1 minute from post time. 1 minute. This race, the Martin's Italian Restaurant Jockey of the Month Award. We'll present that to Sammy Camacho. Don't forget to check your programs for a coupon for a free glass of wine with purchase of an entree to Martin's Italian Restaurant just west of the track out here on Tampa Road. Proud sponsors of our Jockey and Trainer of the Month Award. The horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's fourth. The Martin's Italian Restaurant Jockey of the Month Award purse. We'll present that to Sammy Camacho after the conclusion of today's fourth. Field of 11 here at 6 furlongs. Your post time favorite right now. 5-2 on the number 9 Baja Secret. Also 5-2 on the 7 Adios Tipsy. Those two topping the wagering here. 5-1 on numbers 3 and 5. Your Stormy Disco coming up. Go Shocky to gate number 3. Smoochero and You Didn't Pay are going to be the next two. Panic Mode down in the Bayou, and the final one will be Wider Than a Mile. We'll be all set for a start here in today's fourth event. Start of the middle, pick 4 here. Don't forget stakes action coming up, races 6 and 7, the Gasparilla and the Wayward Lass. Panic Mode, Walmer Island car to gate 12. And Wider Than a Mile, going to be the final one to join. Just about set for a start here. Today's fourth. Gadiel Martinez and Wider Than a Mile to the outside post. Starter Eddie Boobles to send them on their way here. 6 furlongs. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Caught him in a very good line. In the center, Adios Tipsy is forwardly placed. Right there is Stormy Disco in and amongst horses. And it's going to be Stormy Disco to go narrowly to the front. In between runners, You Didn't Pay. The yellow colors is right there. Down at the inside, Belly Dance. Those are the top 3. Go Shocky's a handy 4th. Smoochero 5th. And Baja Secret to the outside 6th. Between horses, Adios Tipsy is 7th. The top 7 only separated by 3.5. It's a length and a half more back to Wider Than a Mile. After that comes Panic Mode. The 2 at the back down in the Bayou. And a big gap then back to 4 more. Back to Fortune Dreams. Around that far turn, Baja Secret, Stormy Disco. The 2 grays go on with it as they wind around that turn. They're a length and a half in front of Smoochero, who's up into that 3rd position. Belly Dance is now back 4th. A length and a half more to Wider Than a Mile. Go Shocky starts to retreat, passed by Adios Tipsy and Panic Mode as they come around to the top of the stretch. Stormy Disco just in front. Smoochero out 3 wide. Between horses, Baja Secret. There's room at the fence for Belly Dance if good enough. Here's Smoochero coming up to grab the lead. At the 8th pole, it's Smoochero and Marcos Meneses now going a length and a half clear. Down the outside, Wider Than a Mile's putting in a good bid. Baja Secret is right there. Smoochero, here's Wider Than a Mile on the outside, but Smoochero keeps on going. Smoochero, 6-1 winner. Wider Than a Mile up for 2nd, Baja Secret 3rd. 4th was very close there between Adios Tipsy and Belly Dance. 11, 13, 9, and a photo. Do ignore that final time. The final time on the television screen is from the previous race. Again, do ignore the final time on the television screen. Do apologize for the timing issues. We are working to get that remedied. But again, 11, 13, 9, and a photo. Fourth to the number 2, Belly Dance. Fifth, number 7, Adios Tipsy. Into the winner's circle, Smoochero. 4-year-old chestnut filly by Bucchero out of Antebellum was bred right here in Florida by Scott Herbertson. Joseph Schumer, the winning owner. Tina Birdwell, the winning trainer. Marcos Meneses aboard for the winning ride. 11, 13, 9, and 2 is now official. $15 on the win for Smoochero. Final time 111.06 on the television monitor. Results posted. The exact is 65.10. The trifecta $263.05. Dime Super $426.21. Daily double $38.50. The pick three $50.80. Nobody had the super high five again. So we'll move over to the fifth race with a carryover $4,765. Race 5's up next. It's named in memory of Jim Stackpool. Field of 11 on turf at a mile and a 16th. No scratches or jockey changes. Number 9 is +1. Post time for the 5th in 23 minutes. Coming up in the winner's circle, our presentation for the Martin's Italian Restaurant Jockey of the Month Award. Our own Mike Henry on hand to present, along with Rory Martin from Martin's Italian Restaurant. Martin's located on Tampa Road, just west of the track here. Again, don't forget to check your programs. A free glass of wine with purchase of an entree for program users. And congratulations to jockey Sammy Camacho, who's receiving the Jockey of the Month award from our friends at Martin's Italian Restaurant. Again, Rory Martin on hand to present to Sammy and his family. Sammy, one of our perennial top riders here at Tampa Bay Downs, and our Martin's Italian Restaurant Jockey of the Month award winner. Congratulations, Sammy.
Race 5 is going to kick off the Ultimate Six, and it is with a 25 claimer for fillies and mares 4 years old and up, which have never won 2 races. They'll be going a mile 16th on the turf. The number 1, Catalyze, is in here for Kelsey Danner and off a layoff. When last in action, this girl contested a beaten 25 claimer at Gulfstream going a mile on the turf there, was drawn in the outside post, made her bid for the lead about halfway in, but could not hold off the top 3 and had to settle for 4th, beaten 5 1/4 lengths. Again, that was a beaten 25 for 3-year-old fillies or fillies and mares 4 and up, which have never won 2. There's a distinction. So the winner there, a 3-year-old named La Cantera, she was actually picking up her 3rd win, and she closed out the year with another score, a 25 starter allowance N1X at Gulfstream, which she took by 3 1/4 lengths, putting up a 78 buyer. The runner-up, that was Mom's Martini. That's a 5-time winner. So just some perspective there. Prior to that, Catalyze had been running against Allowance Company, well beaten, but not before showing some gameness. I think she could do well here in a straight-up non-winners of 2. The number 10, that is Bembridge Ledge, in here for Jose D'Angelo. She's in off a layoff, having last run blast, beaten 13 1/4 lengths at Belmont at the Big A, but that was a 6 furlong optional 50 and 1X. There were 2 next out winners from there, as well as 2 others to run second in their next starts. Gratefully, who was the winner, actually took an optional 80 and 2X at Santa Anita next out by 3 3/4 lengths, put up a 91 buyer, and stayed undefeated doing it. The runner-up, Epic Style, she next won an allowance N1X at the fairgrounds, put up an 80. So yeah, tough group. And now this girl had, been running, I will say, pretty gamely at a mile prior to that. I know she was beating 10 3/4 lengths in that September allowance, but that was at Kentucky Downs going that sweeping 1-turn mile. She had got beat just 3 1/4 at Ellis Park going a mile in an N2L allowance in July, and the winner there, that was next up. She next ran second in the Ellis Park Turf Stakes and later got beat just 2 1/2 in the Grade 2 Valley View. Runner-up, that was Scatitude, next out winner of an allowance at Kentucky Downs, put up an 81. Other point of note for this girl is that she does run well fresh. She won that Churchill main special weight off a long layoff, and it was also her first outing with Lasix. You got Edgar Zayas aboard. Going to complete the top 3 with the number 5, who's in for Abraham Gardia. Got beat just 2 lengths in that 25 N2L here on December 13th, and that was after starting from the rail and traffic trouble. Prior to that, she'd run 8th, beating 7 1/2, but she was in an allowance N1X with the boys. Winner was Heathguard, who then doubled up with another win, this time over a 25 starter allowance field, repeating an 81 buyer. Off the inside, staying at this level, I do think she deserves respect, so I'm going to go 110.5 in race 5, and your Ultimate Six starts now.
The horses onto the track, post-breeding for today's fifth race. This race named in memory of Jim Stackpool, longtime owner and patron here at Tampa Bay Downs, supporter of our racing programs. Field of 11 set to go a mile and a 16th on turf. It's a $25,000 claiming event for fillies and mares, 4-year-olds and up. Field of 11, number 9 is plus £1. Race 5 offers daily double, exacta, trifecta, superfecta wagering. We start at pick 3. We start the ultimate 6, 9,295 in the jackpot carryover, 9,297 currently in the pool, and a super high 5 carryover, $4,765. Race 5, named in memory of Jim Stackpool, coming up in 6 minutes. Two minutes to post time. The horse is onto the turf course and approaching the starting gate. 2 minutes. Approaching the gate. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's fifth, start of the Ultimate Six. Field of 11 here at the mile and a 16th on this firm Tampa turf. Railed down at 0 today. Moved in from 22 feet yesterday. Your post time favorite toward the outside, number 10, Bembridge Ledge at 2-1. 3-1 on the 6, American Dreammaker. 4-1, Catalyze down at the fence. Here's Dance on Air moving up in the house orange colors to gate 7. Cocktail Kisses and Apple Shake Shake the next pair. Lady Embrace to gate 4. Don't forget the Gasparilla and Wayward Last Stakes coming up next in races 6 and 7 respectively, our features for the week. Bembridge Ledge coming up. Temple City Taboo and Chilbean going to be the final two. We'll be all set for a start here in today's fifth race, Ultimate Six time, here on a Skyway Festival Saturday. Chilbean coming up to the outside draw. Chilbean coming up, and she goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Catalyzed toward the inside was away well. Lady Embrace working over from the outside. Bembridge Ledge is the quickest, though. Bembridge Ledge going to work all the way over from post 10. And following that one is Chilbean to the outside. So the outside two runners are 1-2 early on. Catalyzed third toward the inside. Then comes Dance on Air, the orange colors out in fourth. Lady Embrace fifth down along the fence. After that, Cocktail Kisses is sixth. The length and a half more back to Cuckoo, who's in a bit of a tight spot there. As Apple Shake Shake moves to that one's outside with American Dreammaker. Temple City Taboo is at the back with Midway Vow. Still trouble for Cuckoo on that first turn. Meanwhile, Bembridge Ledge made the lead quite easily, a length and 3/4 in front of Chilbean on the outside of Catalyze, 23.84 seconds for that opening quarter mile. Bembridge Ledge well in hand, a length in front. Chilbean in second. Catalyzed is third down along the fence. A length and a half more back to Dance on Air. Lady Embrace is fifth and about 4.5 off the top. American Dreammaker in the pink silks making a little bit of ground, sixth to the outside. After that comes Cocktail Kisses. Cuckoo finally settled down toward the inside in the 8th spot. Then comes Apple Shake Shake. Temple City Taboo and Midway Vow still trail. Meanwhile up front, Bembridge Ledge 48.29 the opening half-mile time. Goes to the far turn, a length and a half leader of Catalyze, who's now up into a clear second. Chilbean back a spot in third. Dance on Air pushed along. American Dreammakers coming alive, 4 wide in the pink silks. Catapulting past a few horses up to third now, but has to catch this leader who's been lonely up top. Bembridge Ledge to the top of the stretch. Bumps the lead out to almost 2 to Catalyze. American Dreammaker down the outside. Lady Embrace trying to put in a bid with Cocktail Kisses. 8th pole now. Bembridge Ledge. Lady Embrace flying up the inside into the second spot. American Dreammaker down the far outside. Bembridge Ledge trying to finish the job. Lady Embrace charges toward the inside. Bembridge Ledge. Lady Embrace on the inside. Lady Embrace and Bembridge Ledge. That was very tight. Heads bobbing at the wire. Lady Embrace or Bembridge Ledge. American Dreammaker back in third. Photo finish, 142.79 seconds. Here's the Maddie slow-mo. Photo finish. Race 5, named in memory of Jim Stackpool. We're happy to have friends, family, co-workers. Jim, a longtime owner and supporter of racing here at Tampa Bay Downs. Number 4, the winner, Lady Embrace, posted first at 11-1. Second, number 10, Bembridge Ledge. Third, number 6, American Dreammaker. Fourth to the 8, Cocktail Kisses. Fifth, number 3, Apple Shake Shake. 4, 10, 6, 8, and 3. Results official, 24-20 on the win for Lady Embrace. Up in the final jump or two. Into the winner's circle goes Lady Embrace, 4-year-old Bay Filly by Real Solution out of Channel Lady. Bred in Kentucky by the Calumet Farm. William Weimer, the winning owner. Derek Ryan, the winning trainer. And Sonny Leone up the inside to win today's 5th race. This race named in memory of Jim Stackpool. We'll have a memorial photo coming up here after the winner's circle presentation. But big congratulations to the connections of Lady Embrace up the fence at 11-1 to win today's 5th. Prices on the board. The exacta 410, 57.90. The trifecta $133.15. Dime Super 89.10. The daily double $124. Pick 3 $133.60. The pick 4 $631.80. Early pick 5 $53,018.90. I believe there was 2 winning tickets. And the high 5 $4,383. Today's 5th race, again named in memory of Jim Stackpool. We'll have that photo coming up in the winner's circle. But race 6 coming up in 22 minutes, the Gasparilla Stakes. Jockey change on the 2, Love Like Lucy, make the rider Daniel Centeno. Field of 6 in the Gasparilla at 7 furlongs. We'll start the late pick 5. Post time coming up in 22 minutes. In the winner's circle, we're happy to welcome family and friends of Jim Stackpool, longtime owner and supporter of racing here at Tampa Bay Downs, as this 5th race named in memory of Jim.
Race 6 is the Gasparilla Stakes. It is for 3-year-old fillies set at 7 furlongs on the main track. This race will also kick off our late pick 5 today. Now, I know Tessellate, one of 2 entered for Saffie Joseph, has the most impressive resume. She's never finished off the board in her 4 career starts. 2 of those were wins. Beat Finding Strength on debut by 2 1/4 lengths, and that filly next won and then got beat just a nose in the Desert Vixen and was a well-beaten third, but third in the Susan's Girl after that. Tessellate herself, she was next third to Willow Case in a sloppy edition of the Sharp Susan as the post-time favorite, 3 1/4 back of Willow Case, who then beat her again in the Hallandale Beach. It's also worth mentioning that the 4th place runner in the Sharp Susan, Victory Music, she next got beat ahead against Allowance Company at Churchill and then ran third in the Astral Spa at Oaklawn. But yeah, Tessellate was beaten 6 1/4 in the Hallandale Beach going the 1-turn mile, and this was after dueling on the front. She came back on the cutback to 6 1/2 to take Gulfstream's Juvenile Filly Sprint by 13 with absolute ease, and she's been on the bench since. So yes, she is the one to beat, but if I were going to make an argument for a potential vulnerability, and it's a weak one, I would say, but I would also say she's only ever run at Gulfstream. We don't yet know if she's a horse for course. I doubt she is. She's probably good wherever she goes, but still, she could be. Meanwhile, the 4 Lightscape is in here for Proctor, debuted at Tampa on December 6th and overcame a slow start to roll up into contention and roll on for a 2 3/4 length score under Sammy Marin, who's back aboard today. Practical Joke Babies, they do well over this track. I mean, Domestic Product, who won our 2024 Tampa Bay Derby, is just one example. Now, this girl, she's got a lot of upside. You could tell that she was still figuring things out that afternoon. Her mom is by champion Uncle Mo, and the second dam is multiple stakes winner Tea Time by Pulpit. Great Granny, full sister to Millionaire, Akoma, Have to Arch. Family includes Yemen in Paradise, who is a champion 2-year-old filly in Japan, Kafefe, and Althea, just to name a couple, big name horses here in the pedigree. So yeah, there's plenty of reason to think that she can move forward off that debut effort. The runner-up Permian Basin did win a main special weight of her own out of there by 2 1/2 lengths. And then I'll complete the top 3 with the number 2. That is Love Like Lucy. That is the other Saffie Joseph starter. Won the debut and then was third, beaten 2 3/4 lengths by Lenny Lou in the Desert Vixen. Again, aforementioned Finding Strength was second. Back and forth was Evolution, who next put up a 70 buyer, scoring an optional 75 there by 6 3/4 lengths. And then she ran third in our Sandpiper Stakes. And I will say, y'all know how good Lenny Lou is. I mean, she was in the Desert Vixen, having already won the Royal Palm Juvenile Filly. She was third in the Group 2 Queen Mary. She exited the Vixen to win the Hollywood Beach over the boys and then got beat 5 by Sci-Fair in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint. So yeah, that is a company line to respect. Same in the next race, because Lucy, yeah, she got beat 12 3/4 lengths in the Susan's Girl, but the winner there was Mythical, and 7 of the 9 to run back did so in the money in their next starts. There were 3 next out winners, including Mythical herself, who took the next leg of the series in the My Dear Girl. And remember, she had already won the Tremont over the boys, as well as the Grade 3 Adirondack. The 7th place a runner won a mean optional 50 out of there and then went on to run second on the turf in the Ginger Brew Stakes. Now, as for Lucy herself, yeah, she was in the My Dear Girl on the 29th. She was a well-beaten 4th that day, 18 3/4 lengths back of Mythical this time. But that race is a mile and a 16th. I think back to 1 turn, she's a contender. Gonna go 4, 3, 2 in race 6, the Gasparilla Stakes, which again kicks off our late pick 5.
The horses onto the track post-sprinting for our sixth and co-featured event, the 42nd running of the Gasparilla Stakes, $125,000 guaranteed for 3-year-old fillies. They're at 7 furlongs. Presenting the field, number 1 is Lady Valor. Melon Patch Incorporated owned, Michael Campbell trains, and Sammy Camacho rides. Number 2 is Love Like Lucy. It's owned by My Racehorse, Thoroughbred Acquisition Group, and Miller Racing LLC. Safi Joseph trains, Daniel Centeno now aboard. Number 3 is Tessellate. Magic Cap Stables, Paul Braverman, Timothy Pinch, Castlegate Farm, BAG Racing Stables, John Reinhardt and Turf Express Racing are the owners. Safi Joseph Jr. trains, and Edgard Zayas rides. Number 4 is Lightscape, wears the colors of Glen Hill Farm, Tom Proctor trains, and Samuel Marin up. Number 5 is Ridgey, Martin Goodell is the owner, Maria Bowersock trains, Cesar Gonzalez rides. And completing the field, number 6, Gerard's Cross. James Chicklow is the owner. Kathleen O'Connell trains, and Sonny Leone aboard. Post time for today's 6th, the 42nd running of the Gasparilla Stakes in just 4 minutes. Two minutes to post time. Today's 6th race, the 42nd running of the Gasparilla Stakes, coming up in just 2 minutes. Late pick 5 starts here in race 6. We're just over 1 minute from post time. Pool now about to head over 75,000. Should go well over that 6-figure mark. Still got about a minute or so. The horses now approaching the starting gate, the Gasparilla field, less than 1 minute away. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's 6th, the 42nd running of the Gasparilla Stakes. $125,000 guaranteed here. 7 furlongs the distance for the 3-year-old fillies. 3-5 favorite here, number 3, Tessellate. 7-2 on the 4, Lightscape, who was an impressive debut winner here at Tampa Bay Downs. 9-2, Love Like Lucy, right at that morning line. Lady Valor going to be the first to move in right now at 14-1. Sammy Camacho, our Martin's Italian Restaurant Jockey of the Month award winner. Here's Love Like Lucy in the My Racehorse black and white colors. Tessellate to gate 3, your 3-5 favorite, loading in off that big impressive victory at Gulfstream last time out. Lightscape, Ridgy, and Gerard's Cross going to be the final 3. Will be all set for a start here. Today's 6th, the Gasparilla, 42nd running of this race. Lightscape coming in. Lightscape not going in. Lightscape going in. Lightscape not going in. Not going to jinx it this time. Lightscape going in. And gone in. Last 2 going to be Ridgy, and Gerard's Cross will be all set for a start. Gerard's Cross, Sonny Leone to the outside, the Gasparilla Stakes 2026. Gerard's Cross goes in. They're in the gate. Yeah, the race is on in the Gasparilla Stakes. Tessellate, the favorite, got away beautifully from the outside. Gerard's Cross is the quickest, though. Gerard's Cross going to cross over and get to the front. Down to the inside, Love Like Lucy sent through now to take over second. Tessellate parks in third, about 3.5, 4 off the top as they come out of the main track. Just in behind them comes Lightscape. To that one's outside, Ridgy and Lady Valor. Those two share the back. As Gerard's Cross makes a pretty easy lead here, leads it by 2. Gerard's Cross in front of Love Like Lucy in the second spot. The opening quarter, 21.86 seconds. For the 7/8 of a mile distance, the pace is sharp. Gerard's Cross to the half-mile pole, a 2-length lead to Love Like Lucy. It's 2.5 more to Tessellate. Lightscape stays toward the inside of the big favorite, now 4th. Ridgy going to be 3 deep in the 5th position, and Lady Valor trails. Around that far turn, 3/8 of a mile left to go in the Gasparilla. Gerard's Cross has made every yard. Love Like Lucy now within a length. They got the opening half, 44.64 seconds. Tessellate warming up to the task. She's coming 3 deep. She's within a length and a half of Gerard's Cross as they come to the quarter pole. Here comes Tessellate charging up after the lead. Tessellate suddenly a length and a half in front. Down to the inside, Gerard's Cross, Love Like Lucy. Tessellate floated wide, but still leads him into the stretch. Gerard's Cross toward the inside, still battling. Lady Valor trying to run on from the back is starting to engage with Ridgie. Inside the final 1/8 of a mile, Tessellate, the work is not done. 5 in a line in behind, but Tessellate's lead is still 3. Lady Valor, Ridgie coming from out of the pack. Tessellate going to do it, though, and win the Gasparilla. She won it by 2.5 in the end. Lady Valor up for second, Ridgie third, and Love Like Lucy finished fourth. Three, 1, 5, 2, and 4. 3, 1, 5, 2, and 4. 4 to 5. Tessellate, your favored winner here. Results official, 380 on the win for Tessellate. Again, results official, 31524. Official sign on the board. 123.58 was the final time there for the 7 furlongs. Tessellate, 3-year-old bay filly by McKenzie out of Shot Down in Flames, was bred right here in the beautiful sunshine of Florida by Castlegate Farm, LLC. The winning owners are Magic Cap Stables, Paul Braverman, Timothy Pinch, Castlegate Farm, Bang Racing Stables, John Reinhart, Turf Express Racing Incorporated. Safi Joseph Jr. is the winning conditioner, and jockey Edgar Zayas in town for the winning ride. Tessellate, your Gasparilla winner of 2026. The exacta $11.70. Trifecta $19.40. The dime super $11.44. Daily double $27.70. That pick 3 $111.20. Race 7's coming up next in 21 minutes. It's the 42nd running of the Wayward Lass Stakes. Older fillies and mares at a mile and a 16th on the main track. Trophy presentation time in the winner's circle. We're happy to welcome our racing secretary, Allison DeLuca, to present to the winning connections of Tessellate, including the ownership representatives and Edgar Zayas. Congratulations to Tessellate, your Gasparilla Stakes winner for 2026. Wayward Last Stakes and the late pick 4 coming up in just 20 minutes.
Race 7 is going to kick off our late pick 4 with the Wayward Last Stakes. It's for fillies and mares 4 years old and up, set at a mile 16th on the main track. Safi Joseph entered 3 in this one. I'm going to go to the rail with the 1, Ultimate Authority. Daughter Practical Joke getting back to the dirt after getting beat 6 3/4 lengths in the Swanee River. That's a mile on the turf at Gulfstream. Had some traffic troubles that day. It was off a layoff going back to September, and that itself was a first start for the barn and off a layoff. And yeah, I know she finished last that afternoon. Tough spot to come back in the grade 3 Princess Rooney at 7 furlongs. Hadn't run since April. Mystic Lake had been scratched, so Hull and Ice was able to just get out there, do her thing. Ultimate Authority tried to go with her a bit early, but again, that is hard to do when you're coming in off the bench. Ultimate Authority had been in the barn of Tim Yakteen and running against some tough customers out in Cali. For context, the winner of her last race out there was Richie, who scored by 4.5 over Splendora, and that was off a runner-up finish in the Grade 1 Beholder Mile, in which Ultimate Authority had finished 6 feet and 12 and a quarter. Richie earned a series of triple-digit buyers. She had that Shodo finish to stablemate Seismic Beauty in the Clement L. Hirsch at Del Mar. Splendora, meanwhile, she ended her season with 3 consecutive victories, including the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint. So all this to say, when you look at those beaten lengths, you gotta factor in the competition and that she has been running against older season types for most of 2025. Now, of course, I respect the 6 that's Drexel Hill, trained by Whit Beckman, but she's been running against her own crop throughout her career, and yes, gamely, she won the Busher back in March and then ran second to Good Cheer over a wet fast track there in the Kentucky Oaks with Curtis aboard, who is named to ride here. Then last out, which was in November, Drexel Hill, she ran a good second in the Mother Goose, 4.5 back of fully subscribed, and this was after a wide trip. And every horse but one to run back ran in the money next out. And even the horse who did finish off the board, that was So There She Was, she next put up an 80 buyer figure, finishing 10.25 back of Usha in the Grade 1 La Brea. Fully subscribed herself was a next out winner, took the Grade 3 Comely by 4 lengths, put up a 92 buyer figure, but also take in mind, even that filly did not win her 2 starts against Older that she had had prior to the Mother Goose. She got beaten neck in an optional 50 N1X. She was 3rd against Allowance Company at Saratoga. So I'm just trying to say it can be a tough ask to step up outside your own peers. The 4 is Runaway Diva in for Michelle Hemingway. I could see her come rolling for a piece fresh off the bench. Hasn't finished off the board in 6 consecutive races. Last 3 starts she's had, she picked up an optional 50 N2X score by 6.5 at Colonial. She then ran second to Foxy Jr. in the Twixt at Laurel. Foxy then ran 3rd in the Maryland Millions Distaff. And then last out, this girl ran second to Regaled in a short but good field in the Grade 3 Delaware Handicap, which was a muddy edition of the 9 furlong contest. But yeah, that is a nice mare. She had just run 3rd in the Grade 2 Locust Grove, and she went on to run 3rd in the Breeders' Cup Distaff. In 3rd was Grade 3 winner, Grade 1 place Dazzling Move. In 4th, Majestic Oops, also a stakes winner with Grade 1 Black Type 2, having run 3rd to Hope Road the start prior in the Ballerina. Now, I know Runaway Diva was not great in her main track starts here in the past, though she did win first out, but that stated, it was just the start of her career. I think she's blossomed for this barn. So I'm going to go 1, 6, 4 in the Wayward Lass, which again kicks off our late pick 4.
The horse is on the track post parading for today's 7th and co-featured event. It's the 42nd running of the Wayward Lass Stakes. $125,000 guaranteed for fillies and mares. 4-year-olds and up, they'll beat a mile and a 16th. Presenting the field for the Wayward Lass, number 1 is Ultimate Authority. Miller Racing LLC, the owner. Saffie Joseph Jr. trains. Sammy Camacho now rides. 2 is Early On. Bang Racing Stables, Ken Reimer, Paul Braverman, Pinch, Timothy Pinch, and Bradley Kent are the owners. Saffie Joseph Jr. trains, and Daniel Centeno up. 3 is Rosario's Prayer. Arnaldo Mange is the owner. Alexis Cordero Lopez is the trainer. Sonny Leone aboard. 4 is Runaway Diva. Holly Hill Stables are the owners. Michelle Hemingway trains. Samuel Marin, the pilot. Number 5 is Andrea. Max Corrado and Chris Coleman are the owners. Saffie Joseph Jr. is the trainer. Edgard Zayas rides. Completing the field, number 6 is Drexel Hill. Legion Racing are the owners. Whit Beckman trains, and Ben Curtis in for the ride. Post time for the 7th race, the Wayward Lass, in 4 minutes. Two minutes to post time. Today's 7th race, the Wayward Lass Stakes, the late pick 4 in 2 minutes. The horses are now approaching the starting gate. Today's seventh race field, the Wayward Lass Stakes, in 1 minute. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's seventh, the 42nd running of the Wayward Lass Stakes. Field of 6 fillies and mares here at the mile and a 16th. Your post time favorite 1-2 on the outside, Drexel Hill. Ben Curtis for Whit Beckman. Ultimate Authority goes in, 1 of 3 for trainer Saffie Joseph. Saffie just took the Gasparilla Stakes with Tessellate. Here's one of those 3 Saffie runners early on to gate 2. Rosario's Prayer moving forward. Sunny Leone on board. Runaway Diva, Andrea, and Drexel Hill going to be the final 3. We'll be all set for a start. The Wayward Lass, late pick 4. Andrea toward the outside, and Drexel Hill going to be the final one to join. The big favorite here, 2-5. Drexel Hill. Ben Curtis in to ride. Drexel Hill going in. They're in the gate. And the race is on the Wayward Lass Stakes. And hopping at the start is Andrea, but she's going to rush right up, though, to challenge for the lead. Andrea and Runaway Diva, they're 1-2, and Andrea is going to grab the lead. Runaway Diva going to sit back in the second position. Up the inside, Ultimate Authority is now into third. Between horses, Rosario's Prayer, Drexel Hill going to be 3 deep here as they run into that first turn. The early trailer is early on with 7/8 of a mile left to go, and Andrea is the front runner. It's Andrea in front by just over a length to Runaway Diva and Ultimate Authority. They sit together second and third, then a lineup of 3. Drexel Hill out wide. Early on moves up a couple of spots now toward the inside to put a nose into fourth. Rosario's Prayer, the trailer. So 24.57 seconds. So the bad start still has Andrea in the lead. Some just mild pressure from Runaway Diva on the outside, who's under a strong hold. So they're not in any hurry up top. Down to the inside, Ultimate Authority races third, along with Drexel Hill, who inches closer to the outside. That keeps Ben Curtis keeping her in the clear here in the early stages as they run to the half-mile pole. Early on, Rosario's Prayer, the 2 at the back, just 3 lengths front to back with a half-mile to go in the Wayward Lass. 49 seconds even for the opening half-mile time. Runaway Diva up alongside of Andrea, and Runaway Diva pokes ahead in front of Andrea, now back second. Given the cue there is Drexel Hill from third to go after Runaway Diva as they go midway around the far turn. Runaway Diva 3/4 in front of Drexel Hill, who's pushed to go after this one. Runaway Diva still sitting chilly there is Samuel Marin up top. Meanwhile, Ultimate Authority's up to third, Andrea back fourth. They come to the top of the stretch. Drexel Hill right up alongside of Runaway Diva. Here's Drexel Hill on the outside to poke ahead in front. Runaway Diva tries to counter back toward the inside. They're 2.5, 3 clear of Ultimate Authority as they come by the 8th pole. Drexel Hill to the front. A length now. Runaway Diva switches to the outside as they have a final 16th to go. Drexel Hill, Runaway Diva, valiant but second best to Drexel Hill, who's going to go on to win it here. Drexel Hill by 2. Kicks off her 4-year-old campaign in winning fashion. Runaway Diva was second, a long way back to Ultimate Authority and early on. (143.96) the final time. Six, 4, 1, 2, 3. 6, 4, 1, 2, 3. Results are official. 6-4, 1-2-3 official. Drexel Hill returns 320 for the win. Drexel Hill, your wayward last winner of 2026. 4-year-old Dark Bear Brown Filly by Bolt d'Oro out of Ascot Walk. Bred in Kentucky by Tuscany Bloodstock. Legion Racing are the winning owners. Whit Beckman, the winning trainer. Ben Curtis aboard for the winning ride as Drexel Hill victorious here in today's 7th, the Wayward Last Stakes. Results are official as Drexel Hill returned 320 for the win. The exacta was 660. The trifecta 830. Dime Super $3.21. Daily Double and even $3. Pick 3 $29.30. The pick 4 $310.05. 22 minutes away is today's 8th race. We'll start the late pick 3. We're back on the turf this time at 1.125. Good allowance for fillies and mares, 4-year-olds and up coming up. Post time for that 8th race in 21 minutes.
Race 8 is an allowance for fillies and mares 4 years old and up, which have never won a race other than maiden claiming or starter, or which have never won 2 races. It's set at 1.125 miles on the turf. The 4 Mystic Sea is in for Bill Mott. She had 3 turf starts in New York last summer, ran well enough in all of them, came from off a slow pace in the Saratoga main special weight to finish 4 3/4 lengths off So Darn Pretty back in July. And that's a race which produced 2 next out winners, one of those being Cliffs, who later got beat just a half length in the Grade 1 American Oaks. There was also Peak Hype, who most recently got beat 4 in the Grade 3 Pebbles by Fast Market. And after a bad start from the gate where she lost her footing, Mystic Sea finished a well-beaten third to Ready for Candy, who wired the August 17th start and then went on to win both the Grade 3 Winter Memories and the Grade 2 Sands Point. Mystic Sea was in against Fast Market, and she won Mystic Sea's September 21st start. And that day, this filly, she had ground loss, and the race was just at a mile. She finished 6.5 off her, so they took time off after that. She came back in November, won that off the turf main special weight at Gulfstream. So this girl is getting back into gear. She should move up back on grass. She'll likely be further back in this spot, but as we have seen, she can come with a run. The 2 Perky is in here for Miguel Clement. She's 2 for 2 over this turf course. She won her debut back in March and followed that up with a 2.5 length score over an optional starter 32 field after a bad start too. This was back in April. She then went to the bench and came back in November, but that optional 25 N1X in which she was entered, it came off the turf. It was run on the synthetic. That is a distinct third surface, so I'm not going to penalize her for finishing 9th, beaten 7.5 lengths that afternoon. Back on grass and on a course she obviously likes, I think she can get back into gear. Noteworthy that 4 of the 6 to run back from that start did so in the money, including next out winner La Cantera, who took an allowance there on the turf by 3 1/4 lengths, putting up a 78 buyer figure. Additionally, the 4th place Zozuquera was in that start off 3 consecutive wins at Gulfstream, among them an allowance ahead of that synthetic start. The number 3, Expecting a Winner, is in for Downing. I loved how she came closing in that first off the layoff on December 17th. Finished just 3 1/4 lengths off Wrigleyville there in the end. Wrigleyville, by the way, ran here yesterday. She finished 3rd, beaten 2 in an optional 32 N2X, put up a 77 buyer. Could see this girl, fitter for the recency, have an even more potent closing kick this afternoon to get herself a piece of it again today. So I'm going to go 4, 2, 3 in race 8.
Horses on to the track, post sprinting for today's 8th race. Started a late pick 3. We're on the turf course at a mile and an eighth. Turf firm, the rail at 0 feet. Fillies and mares, 4-year-olds and up at a mile and an eighth. Scratch the 7. Number 7 is scratched. Number 9 is plus 1 pound. Field of 10 set to go here. We have daily double, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, super high 5, and late pick 3 wagering. They'll be at the post in 6 minutes. Two minutes to post time. Today's 8th race, 2 minutes away, 2 minutes to post. The horses now making their way up the chute toward the starting gate. 1 minute to post time, 1 minute. The horses on final approach. Last call. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's 8th race. Start a late pick 3. Field of 10 on turf here. A mile and an eighth. I believe our first mile and an eighth race of the season. Of course, one of our season features, the Hillsborough, at this same trip. Post time favorite right now, 2-1 on the number 2, Perky. 3-1 down on the inside, Phoenix of Wit. 4-1, Mystic C. Those are your top 3 in the wagering. In fact, the top 4 in the wagering are the inside 4 runners. Here's expecting a winner up to gate 3. Authenticate now. The Mike Deeney colors. Goes in. Mystic C. Daniel Centeno for Bill Mott. Here's Naughty Favors. Israel Rodriguez coming up. Final 2. Going to be It's Satisfactual and Mrs. Katz. We'll be all set for a start. Late pick 3 time. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Mystic C out well from post 4. Down along the inside, Phoenix of Wit is handy. Those are the top 2 early on. Sonia Henny going to join them up to the outside. A length and a half more back to Frida from the far outside. Now Naughty Favors trying to work over, and also coming up after the lead as they come into the stretch. It's Sonia Henny just in front of Naughty Favors on the outside. These are the 2 that go on. Mystic C going to sit back 3rd with Frida her outside 4th. Then comes Phoenix of Wit, who settles down a joint 5th, joined by Authenticate now. Then there's a line of 4 at the back. Mrs. Katz toward the inside. Perky is in that group, as is It's Satisfactual, and expecting a winner is the trailers. Up front, Naughty Favors quickly scampers to a 3-length lead. Sonia Henny back in the 2nd spot. 2 more then back to Mystic C as they string out a touch more here through that first turn. 24.39 seconds. The opening quarter mile. So it's Naughty Favors, Israel Rodriguez. They start their backstretch journey with a 3.5 length advantage over Sonia Henny, who now gets a little closer in 2nd. Mystic C is 3rd, traveling well. Down at the inside comes Phoenix of Wit in 4th. Frida is to her outside. Authenticate now. Perky's moved up a little bit. It's another length to Mrs. Katz, who's 3rd last. Expecting a winner, and It's Satisfactual are the back markers. 49.35 seconds for the opening half mile. Long shot, Naughty Favors. The lead's a neck now as Sonia Henny presses closer. Mystic C going to be 3 deep as they run to that turn. Phoenix of Wit, meanwhile, catches the eye toward the inside 4th, just 2 lengths off the lead. Trying to move up is Perky, who's 5th, but pushed along. Authenticate Authenticate now trying to go with that one on the outside as they wind around to the top of the stretch. Sonia Henny right up alongside of Naughty Favors. Phoenix of Wit still bottled up in behind. Horse is going to need a seam. Mystic Sea, meanwhile, comes out 3 deep. Authenticate now and Perky both trying to come on down the outside. Final furlong now. Sonia Henny, Phoenix of Wit trying to get through the 2-hole. Mystic Sea on the outside. Phoenix of Wit got through now to try to come after Sonia Henny. These two for the final 50 yards. Phoenix of Wit surges to the front. Phoenix of Wit, Edgar Zayas to win it. Sonia Henny held second. It was close there with Mystic Sea. Mrs. Katz got going late. One six four 16411, the unofficial order posted. Results are official. Phoenix of Wit returns $8 for that victory. Phoenix of Wit, your 8th race winner. Phoenix of Wit into the winner's circle. 4-year-old Bay Filly by Lope de Vega out of Jana Salane. Spread in Ireland by Bally Lynch Stud. DJ Stable, the winning owners. Joe Orsino, the winning trainer. Edgard Zayas, a riding double for Edgard as they team up with Phoenix of Wit here in today's 8th race. The exacta 68.50, trifecta 169.25. Dime Super $250.57. The daily double 1410. The pick 3 980. Nobody had the super high five, so we're going to carry over $2,044 to the upcoming ninth race. Race 9's on the main track at 6 furlongs. It's a maiden special weight event. Scratch the two outside runners, 11 and 12. 11 and 12 are both scratched. Post time for today's ninth race. Late daily double time in 25 minutes.
Race 9 is a maiden special weight for 3-year-old fillies set at 6 furlongs on the main track. The number 5 Chit Chat is in here for Bill Mott, who doesn't usually push those horses too hard in the morning, yet this girl has multiple bullet drills on the tab. She also debuts with Lasix and a solid pedigree. She's a daughter of City of Light out of C'est Moi by Union Rags. He actually trained the mom, who was second on debut at Gulfstream, still put up an 80 buyer figure at first asking, and then won at Churchill in start 2. Second dam, Sweet Nanette. First out winner, took a Churchill main special weight by 7.5 lengths, earning an 89 buyer, and then went on to win 3 consecutive stakes races. Ran second in the Grade 3 La Troyenne, got beat just 3 3/4 lengths in the Grade 1 Humana Distaff, and then won 2 in a row, including the Sailorville. So really nice pedigree here. The number 7, Princess Vacoma. I mean, you know the Vacoma babies can run first out. And this girl is out of Crafty Lass by Liam's Map. This is a family that is very rich. It's the family of millionaire student council whose scores include the Pacific Classic. Filly debuts with Lasix and Marin in the irons. And then I will complete the top 3 at the number 5, Adios Tootsie for Michael Yates, daughter of Cajun Breeze out of Adios Trippy, who actually won our Gasparilla Stakes back in 2021. Yates is great first out, so we'll see 5, 7, 3 in race 9.
Onto the track for today's ninth race. We start the late daily double here. Field of 10 at 6 furlongs. It's a maiden special weight group. 3-year-old fillies. Scratch 11 and 12. 11 and 12 are scratched. Number 3 is plus 2 pounds. Field of 10 set to go this 6 furlongs. Race 9 offers daily double, exacta trifecta, superfecta, and we have a super high 5 carryover of $2,044. Post time for the ninth daily double. 7 minutes. 2 minutes to post time. Today's ninth race, the late daily doubles, coming up in 2 minutes. 2 minutes to post time. The horses now approaching the starting gate. We're just 1 minute from post time. 1 minute. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's ninth. Started late daily double. Field of 10 here. Many first-time starters. In fact, 8 of the 10 making their debut here. Post time favored 9-5 on the 5 Chit Chat, 5-2 on the 7 Princess Fakoma. As it's now 8-5 Chit Chat. 6-1 on the 6 Osplexity, your third choice. So the favorites all lined up there, post 5, 6, 7. Miss Winnie is going to be one of the first to join. She's now coming up. Here's Inspire Courage to gate 2, 9-1 price. Princess Fakoma set to load in. Princess Fakoma still not in. Princess Fakoma's all the way around to the front of the starting gate now. Osplexity has gone in. Again, we're still waiting on Princess Fakoma, who has been acting up here. Right now, you're 3-1 second choice. And she comes forward once again. And Princess Fakoma now going up and backing away. Now she's gone in. Spire Courage goes forward. Here's Adios Tootsie. Muffin Thief to gate 8. Adios Tootsie. Sigigola Baruch on this first time starter. Here's April Spun. Get a hold of yourself. They'll be the next two. And the final pair going to be Chit Chat, who is the favorite, at 3-2. And to the outside, May Gray. May Gray, who I'm assuming was born in May. Chit Chat still not quite in. Now goes forward. May Gray to the outside. May Gray going up. She backs away momentarily. Another first-time starter. Again, 8 firsters here in this field. May Gray once again moving up. And this time going in. And they're all at the gate. And the race is on. Muffin Thief came away last. May Gray came away sharply. Adios Tootsie driving through in the red colors is the quickest, though. Osplexity going to try to go with that one. Princess Fakoma broke sharply as third as May Gray now settles back fourth. Inspire Courage in the green colors to the inside is fifth. Moving with that one is Get a Hold of Yourself. April Spun is back running in the 7th position. Chit Chat is 8th early on, about 8 lengths off the top. It's 4 more then back to Miss Winnie. And the slow start has Muffin Thief at the back. As they run to the far turn, Adios Tootsie. Singing Olabruch, foot on the gas pedal through an opening quarter, 21.74 seconds. They lead it by a length. Chasing is Osplexity. Princess Fakoma out 4 deep from third. In and amongst horses, May Gray is looking for a seam, heading down to the 3 path. Meanwhile, Inspire Courage going to hold that rail position. Chit Chat starting to meander through horses is up to about 6 now and about 4 behind. Adios Tootsie still leads him around to the top of the stretch. Princess Fakoma, the first challenge up on the outside. May Gray's down toward the fence. Adios Tootsie with something left. A final furlong left to go. It's Adios Tootsie. May Gray trying to come through down along the inside. Then comes Princess Fakoma. Chit Chat stalled out back and forth. Final 16 to go. Adios Tootsie still there. Adios Tootsie. Gate 2 wire. May Gray was second. Princess Fakoma third. Chit Chat was fourth. Stewards have posted the inquiry sign. They're looking at the run of number 10, May Gray, who was the runner-up. Stewards' inquiry looking at the run of the 10. Again, it does not appear to affect the unofficial winner. Stewards' inquiry involving the 10. Unofficial order posted 3:10.75. Final time 1:10.64 seconds. Again, a steward's inquiry involving the number 10, May Gray, coming into the home stretch. In addition to the inquiry and objection, 2 against 10 at the quarter pole. The rider of the number 2 alleging interference against the rider of the 10 at the quarter pole. Again, this objection and inquiry does not appear to affect the unofficial winner. Looking at the runner-up, number 10, May Gray, the objection is 2 against 10 at the quarter pole. Adios Tootsie, a debut winner here. Into the winner's circle, she's a 3-year-old chestnut filly by Cajun Breeze out of Adios Trippy. Bred in Florida by Shady Brook Farm. Shady Brook Farm, the winning owners. Michael Yates, the winning trainer. Siggy Gullabruch aboard for the winning ride. As Adios Tootsie victorious here in today's 9th. Again, a objection and inquiry still in progress. Please hold all tickets. Stewards focused on the running of the number 10, May Gray. The objection 2 against 10 at the quarter pole. We are going to have a disqualification for multiple events of interference. Number 10 has been disqualified from second and placed last. The steward's ruling in the inquiry that the number 10 interfered with the number 4 and then subsequently later interfered with the number 2 as well. Hence why the number 10 has been placed last behind the 4. So the new order finished 3-7, 5-8, and 2. Again, the steward's ruling 2 separate fouls by the 10. So the inquiry and objection both resulting in disqualification of the number 10. We will have replays coming up of those shortly. Results are now official. 1540 on the win for Adios Tootsie. The exacta 45.10, trifecta 56.40, the dime super $93.96. Daily double 48.10, the pick 349.40, and the high five hit for $6,681.20. Today's 10th and final race coming up in 18 minutes. 18 minutes to post time for the 10th and final. No scratches or changes. Maiden special weight group at 1 mile and a 16th on the turf. Up next in 18 minutes. So the replays coming up here. Again, there was 2 separate incidents, one against the 4, and that'll be coming up here shortly. Right there. And then also again here with the 2 in another few strides. The steward's ruling the 10 came over on both the 4 and then the 2 right here. Thus, the objection was upheld, also the inquiry. So the 10 was put behind the 4, who ended up finishing last, so the 10 was placed last. Once again, looking at the 10, the 4, and the 2, the steward's ruling the 10 came over on the 4 initially, and then on the 2 later on. So the 4 right there, and then the 2 as they come to the quarter pole. Steward's ruling interference in both instances. Therefore, the 10 disqualified. And again, right there, that point of interference. So results 3-7, 5, 8, 2. Race 10 in 16 minutes.
Race 10 is going to close out our Skyway Festival card with the main special weight 4 fillies and mares 4 years old and up, set at 1.16 miles on the turf. The 10, Pop Art, making a second start for Proctor. She originally debuted back in January of 2025 in a dirt sprint at Gulfstream, finished a well-beaten 4th, did not run again until Proctor got her and started her in that December 3rd main special weight here. And I thought she ran well. I mean, she was chasing after the pace for most of the way, heading for the turn for home. She was in between horses as they came up alongside of her, and she kind of checked back. The eventual winner was Portfolio Duration. She continued on. Pop Art went after her, but then around the turn for home, she seemed to bump with another horse to her inside. Still looked to have good acceleration into stretch, just not enough to take on the winner, who drew off to a 5 3/4 length score. I think this girl can move up second time out. The 7, Celtic Motif, in for Chad Brown, ran a good second in her barn debut at Belmont at the Big A. This was back in November. She had an inside trip, had to angle out as her stablemate, Every Vote Counts, had rounded on the outside into stretch. She then went head and head with her, but was perhaps a bit tired after gear shifting and to get into play down the stretch while also not having run since March. She had to settle for second, beating a length and a quarter there in the end. But yeah, this girl, she's run here before. I know she was well beaten. It was the Grade 3 Florida Oaks, though. That race was won by our likely champion 3-year-old filly, Nitrogen. You had Lush Lips second, and the rest of the field was formidable as well. So I'm not going to hold it against her. And funny enough, her mom, Art Institute, won 2 of 3 starts at Tampa for trainer Tom Proctor. The 6 is Ronti, in for Motion. She's had 4 starts last year across the pond, ran 3 consecutive close seconds after a 4th place finish on debut, has early foot, got caught in the last 2, one of those being the Mission Stakes on the all-weather at Kempton against males. She's been on the bench since her last outing back on turf, and I think that work tab looks pretty encouraging for her first start here in the States. Motion trained her mom, Nakuti, for a few starts, including a 3rd place finish to Lexi Liu in the Grade 2 Dance Smartly. So I'm going to go 10, 7, 6 in race 9, and I'll see you back here tomorrow.
Horses onto the track post parading for today's 10th and finals. We get set to close out day number 24 of the season. Field of 11 here on turf at a mile and a 16th. A maiden special weight event for fillies and mares, 4-year-olds and up. Turf firm, the rail at 0 feet. No scratches or changes here in this field of 11. We have exact the trifecta, superfecta, and super high 5 wagering post time for the finale in 4 minutes. Two minutes to post time. Today's 10th and final race in 2 minutes. Fans, just a reminder, this race does wrap up live racing here at Tampa Bay Downs. We do invite you to stick around for simulcast wagering. Happy hour specials at Legends and Silks going on from 5 to 7 p.m. as well. Live racing back tomorrow, a 9-race Sunday card getting underway just after 12 noon tomorrow. Gates open at 11 a.m. We hope you'll join us. Post time for the 10th and final in 2 minutes. The horses on the turf course making their way to the chute toward that mile and a 16th starting point. 1 minute. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's 10th and finals. We get set to close out day number 24 of the season. Back at it tomorrow, a Sunday card. Hope you'll make plans to join us for that. Again, racing Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday throughout the season. Don't forget our 100th anniversary celebration coming up in just a few weeks. Sam F. Davis not that far away. Lots of great stuff coming up. Go to TampaBayDowns.com for more information. Here's Miss Valentina up to gate 2. Celtic Motif. Samuel Marin for Chad Brown at post 7. They're your 7-5 favorites. Spinning class is going to be next in the Stuart Janney white and cherry hoop colors. Here's Reality Star coming up. Money Trail to gate 4. Great job on the drone shots by Zach and Tristan, our drone pilots. And spotter. Always FAA compliant here at Tampa Bay Downs. Here's Reality Star, still not quite in. Sammy Camacho for Shug McGahee to post 8. Queen Dancing is going to be the next to join along with Thames as soon as Reality Star goes in. Reality Star still not in. Looks like they're going to open the front of the stall for Reality Star. Still trying to coax her forward, which they have just about done. And looks like Sammy's going to step off momentarily, and she loads in. So the final 3 going to be Thames, Pop Art, and Black Darter will be all set for a start here. Today's 10th and final. Queen Dancing's gone in. Pop Art, the Glen Hill colors, and Black Darter to the outside. Big long shot at 90-1. Black Darter going in. They are in the gate. And the race is on. Miss Valentina sent for speed down toward the inside, was away well. Spinning class is right there. And up to the outside, Thames is also close up, and Thames is actually going to go up to take the early advantage. Miss Valentina going to try to hold that rail position as Pop Art moves up to the outside. Things got real tight there for Queen Dancing in the center. Had to tap on the brakes. So up front, it's Thames just in front of Pop Art. Those are going to be the top 2. Vronti and Black Darter away 3rd and 4th. Spinning class now back 5th to the inside. Celtic Motif, Kim's away mid-pack, 6th in the orange cap. It's a length and a half more than back to Miss Valentina, who's in a lineup of 3, along with Reality Star. Queen Dancing between horses after that. Trouble is 3rd last. The 2 at the back are Money Trail and the Palace Girls. So toward the back stretch, 23.61, the opening quarter mile. And it's long shot Thames in front of Pop Art, who's a tugging, willing second there on the outside. It's 2.5 more. Back to Vronti, who's 3rd. Right to that one's outside Black Darter. Making some ground. Reality Star goes around the favorite Celtic Motif, who's back with Spinning Class. They race together in 6th and 7th. They're 2 clear of Queen Dancing. Miss Valentina still the 2 at the back. Money Trail and the Palace Girl. They're about 11 lengths front to back as they go to the far turn. 48.16 seconds was the opening half mile for Thames, who continues on. Thames by the 3/8 pole, in front by a length to Pop Art. Vronti, Reality Star coming with a 3-wide bid on the outside. Length and a half more than the Palace Girls made up big time ground. Celtic Motif got stopped in traffic. They're going to wheel toward the outside, but going to have to follow the move of the Palace Girl. So they come to the top of the stretch. Pop Art right up alongside of Thames to poke ahead in front. Down the far outside, the Palace Girl continues to uncoil. Celtic Motif also lengthening stride down the outside. The Palace Girl coming up after Pop Art. The Palace Girl grabs the lead. Pop Art tries to battle on. Celtic Motif down the outside. The Palace Girl to win it. Second was razor tight there between Celtic Motif and Pop Art. There we go. Do have a rider's claim of foul. The rider of the number 5 alleging interference against the unofficial 4th place finisher, number 6, Vronti, alleging interference coming out of the chute onto the main course. The results posted 110, 7, 6, and 8. Again, the objection 5 against 6 coming into the stretch. Again, 110, 7, 6, and 8. The objection 5 against 6 coming out of the chute onto the main track. The objection 5 against 6 doesn't affect the top 3 finishers. Again, a objection 6 or 5 against 6 rather coming into the stretch for the first time. See the aerial view. The 5 is 3 paths deep there, and 6 right to his outside, or her outside rather. And there's the point of objection. In the winner's circle, the Palace Girl, a 4-year-old Bay filly by Arion out of Très Magnifique. Bred in Germany by Gestut Etzon and H.H. Rodenberg. Woodford Thoroughbreds, the winning owners. William Walton, the winning trainer. That's a riding triple for Edgar Zayas. Is the Palace Girl victorious? Stewards have ruled there'll be no change to the order of finish. Results will stand as is, no change. Stewards ruling no foul from 6 to 5, so therefore results will go official. 110, 7, 6, and 8. Again, no change. Insufficient evidence to warrant a disqualification. The exacta 1 and 10, $60.50. Trifecta $62.75. The dime super $33.63. Daily double $58.20. The pick 3 $115.50. Late pick 4 $225.65. Late pick 5 $448.85. Multiple winning tickets in the Ultimate 6 $1,403. The carryover rolls into tomorrow's card $13,843. That's a jackpot carryover. Dollar high 5 returns at even $760. Folks, that does close out the show for live racing this afternoon here at Tampa Bay Downs. We thank you for joining us on this Saturday. Hope you'll make plans to join us when live racing returns tomorrow. We'll be right back at it tomorrow for a Sunday card. Simulcasting continues down on the first floor. Of course, Poker at Silk's Poker Room, which is located on the third floor of our facility. When you drive home, please do so safely. We look forward to seeing you back tomorrow for a Sunday card. Good night, everyone, from Tampa.